And we are live. Welcome everybody. We're back with some Dreadfarer tonight. So hope you've been brushing up on the past few streams. No worries if you haven't. We're gonna summarize everything that's happened in the story. But yeah, how are you all doing? Welcome, Siphon, Cass, Sora, Bill, Sieg, Epic, Muli, Safik. Hi y'all. Hey Vishanti, Tartarus. We can't dread our fares. We shall. Hey Victoria, good to see you all. So yeah, we're gonna play some Dreadfarer once again. If this is your first stream where you're watching me play this, don't worry, I'll be explaining concepts as we go. But just to get important things out of the way. Oh no, we can't JPEG this stream. I'm sorry, because it's gonna JPEG. It's not gonna JPEG me. The way I have it set up, I'm using my main camera to shoot my table. So I've been turning it off, but I forgot. I am sorry, folks. No JPEG this streams. I turned it off. No worries. So we can actually see Dreadfarer. I would set it up for this camera, but it would be like I would need to like set it up from scratch once again. So it's a whole thing. Okay. Thanks for reminding me though. King, I think that redemption went through though, so I'm sorry you lost your points. I'll give you one JPEG on the next stream. No worries. It'll be paid forward. You JPEG the wrong one. Hey Mectol, see. And hey King. But yeah, Dreadfarer. Chat, Shoba fans, is it someone's first time watching one of these streams? I've done what, 3 of them so far. I want to know how much we need to explain. If we need to explain from scratch, if someone's completely unfamiliar with Dreadfarer. How's the temps for you? Oh yeah, there's the heat wave. Many places. I think Spain, like mainland Spain, is having it pretty bad too, and a lot of areas. It's fine here though. It's actually been kind of windy. But yeah, the Canary Islands always get spared, usually.
I have no idea which are these chart to, but it was like those packs, so I don't care.
Thanks for the bits, Muli. Victoria's first Dreadfarer stream. Nice. Your story sounds like the beginning of the D&D campaign. Nice. Highs of 47 in Andalusia. Yes. I follow a guy on Instagram who's from Extremadura, so close to Andalusia. And I think he had like 48 or something today. Like, oh, ridiculous. You use the term human mill as in a mill made by humans. That's not how people heard it, yeah. Castilla-La Mancha, I can imagine. You could have it worse. I mean, yeah, it's been hot all over Spain at least. I don't know if the rest of Europe has been affected, but we're very far away from mainland Spain. Thankfully, we are protected from this specific heat wave. Hey Rose. Okay, so let's start with the basics. What is Dreadfarer? Dreadfarer is a game I've been working on for the past year or so. It is a solo TTRPG, so it's a role-playing game that you play all on your own. You can play it with other people as well. There's an alternate rule set for that. But, you know, the base game is meant for you to play on your own. You only need somewhere to write on, little book, notebook. This one's like a cheap one I got from like recycled paper. It's like, yeah, sure, I'll use that for Dreadfarer. and couple couple of dice, a d20, 20-sided die, and a d4, 4-sided die. You can also use any like dice rolling apps if you don't have any die on hand, and the book, which is 220, I think, pages long, thereabouts. Lots of pages. It's gonna be a thick tome. You can also get the book digitally, so that's what I have here. I have the digital version, since it's still a kind of early version we're fixing up for the main release. And yeah, just to get this out of the way, you got a pinned message on the top of the chat, which has 2 links. One to the physical pre-order, so you can pre-order the physical book. So when we do the printing run, we'll print one more for you. And if you actually want the book physically, do pre-order it instead of getting it after, because it's going to be really limited run after it's actually printed. We're not going to print too many extras, so do get them in the pre-order if you can. Obviously, with the physical version, you also get a digital code, and you can get the digital code on its own as well. That's the second link, and that way you'll get just the PDF.
More like Dreadfarer.
We'll allow it. DJ Shire, thank you for the follow. The internet's being chunky. I wish you a good internet. Hope it stabilizes. Oh, bye, Bill. Hope you get your power back. So yeah, Dreadfarer. It's a solo TTRPG that's all about filling your diary. So this is our character. We've been drawing her as she's become more and more monstrous. It's a game all about writing and drawing and, you know, whatever combination thereof you prefer. And I like to explain it as the vibe of the game as Indiana Jones with a lot more horror elements. So you are one of many people exploring this strange continent, well, archipelago, right? That pops up in the early 20th century, so around that era. And you can be like an archaeologist who's going there to learn about these culture and their people, or you can be someone who's, you know, who just wants to make a lot of money by selling cursed artifacts, or anywhere in between. Our character, her name is Carolina. That's her. She's looked better. She came to this continent because she was hearing a voice. A voice was calling her. She tried to drown in alcohol for many years, but it wouldn't go away. And she eventually accepted this voice as her new god, sort of personal god that would guide her through this land. And she finally went to this land we call Lemuria, to, you know, find her god and a place that she calls the garden. The god, she calls the voice this like god that's been speaking to her, the father, and she's looking for a place called the garden. And that was one of the character. There's 20 character backgrounds you can pick from. You can just roll dice and see what you get, or you can pick your favorite, or you can make your own character completely from scratch. Just pick one of the stats from any of the character archetypes. Our character archetype was well, somewhere around here. This one. She starts with very little health and a curse. So her name is the Called Upon.
Could you pet Bean, please?
I could always pet Bean, of course. Crazy-ish written diaries, gotta be my favorite genre. Yes, we've been exactly doing that because, you know, we're playing this character as a sort of religious fanatic who believes like every other religion is wrong. She was raised Christian, and you know, she believes that the Christian God is like some kind of lying devil, and that her God is the real one, right? So she's like religious fanatic. One of the first things she got was a rifle, and she's been using it on everything, like every situation that can be solved with a rifle. She's been using the rifle. She doesn't have much morals apart from, you know, whatever pertains to this voice and their god. So she is essentially, you know, every artifact she doesn't like personally care about as part of her religion and her quests. She sells to the black market, which gets you a lot of money, but also gets you a lot of corruption. There's 3 stats in this game that you got to keep track of. The first one is money. We're currently at 430. We're pretty wealthy. The second one is HP. And the third one is corruption. So corruption, it just keeps ticking up. And every 5 points of corruption you reach, you get a new curse. And curses are things that give you, like, you know, mechanical disadvantages. So for example, we started with one curse called the voice. Every 2 expeditions, every 2 like gameplay loops, we can't actually choose where we go. We got to let it up to chance because the voice calls us. We got a curse called the hunger, that if we find an artifact that is small enough to be considered edible, you have to roll a d4, and if you get 1 or 2, you can't contain your hunger and you eat it, meaning you lose that artifact and all the potential money it could have given you, but you also gain 1 max HP. We started with 6 max HP, we got it up to 8, we actually got it up to 9 and then down. So we ate 3 artifacts, if my count is correct. Third curse we got is anglerfish eyes, which, you know, just turns our eyes like tiny and really sensitive to lights, and that means we can't use any lamps, which is one of the items in the game. Fourth curse we got is the ink rots, which we can choose to lose 1 max HP to lower our corruption. So it's actually a pretty nice curse to have, because it just gives you an option, right? You're not forced to take it. The 5th curse we got is called Little Brother. It's little sibling, but, you know, ours is a brother. And that's the growth that's been on her neck. The Little Brother is something that starts growing on you and sometimes can take control of your body. So far, we've been really lucky. The Little Brother has never taken control of our body, but if we ever get a choice where one of the options would gain us corruption, we have to roll. And if we get a 1, the Little Brother takes control of our body and makes us take the choice that gives us the most corruption. So we've encountered a few situations like that, but so far we've been really lucky and avoided them. Can you pet Bean again, please? Of course. You already made your own archetype, the German. Heinrich Schliemann. Oh my god, 50-50 chance at the end of extirpation compulsively destroy any artifacts you collect. I love that. You can also go on. You could also use any of the dice. I keep mixing up die and dice. I'll do it all stream. You can just do like evens or odds. Are you allowed to make your own DLC to share? Yes, indeed. There is a... Hold on. Is it already in this game, in this version of the game? Yes. There's a license for this game, which I'm going to read for you. This license allows anyone to make stuff for Dreadfarer and either publish it for free or sell it without it taking a cut. Classes, islands, remnants. Memory is an expansive place, and we want to see what you bring to it. Just a few rules to adhere to. Art and text from Dreadfarer itself, from the book, may not be reused or translated unless the creator has explicit permission from the original creators. So you just ask us if you want to reuse anything. The mechanics and the game rules of Dreadfarer may be referenced to in any third-party expansions. So, you know, you can just say like, hey, we're changing this rule in this expansion, right? Assuming people have the base game. Third parties are not allowed to give the impression that the product is an official Dreadfarer product or that we endorse the product unless a prior agreement has been made. Third-party products must contain the following text. And there's a little blurb text you can add, and one of these logos compatible with Dreadfarer. So there is a link, and in Neon Rod's page has a little downloadable PNG for each of these. So yeah, you can make your own expansions, you can publish them, you can make money off of them. It's completely it's an open license sort of deal. And you know, if you just want to like share them with other people, you don't want to like make something super fancy, but you're like, oh, I made this character archetype. Maybe somebody else wants to play it. Go to the Discord. There's a channel for Dreadfarer that I made, and you can post things you want to share with other people, or just like, hey, this is what happened in one of my gameplay sessions. Let me share it with you. This little drawing I made. That sort of thing. If you play the game, I would love to see what you actually made with it, and what you know, the results in the Discord. So yeah, we got a channel for that. The irrefutable rival. There's so many terrible early archaeologists you could roleplay as. Oh, definitely. So yeah, we were explaining, oh yeah, the curses. 5th curse we got is Little Brother. 6th curse we got is Knitted Flesh, which is one of the ones I actually made illustrations for. I made illustrations for a lot of things. You'll see them throughout the book. Actually, I'm just gonna go to curses pages. This Anglerfish Eyes, this is one of the ones we have. Actually, we got a lot of the curses that have illustrations. This is a little sibling, and this is the second to last curse we got, Knitted Flesh, which your fingers fuse together, and the gameplay effect of this is you can't use any guns. There's a rifle, which is the Winchester, and a harpoon gun, which, you know, can sometimes serve the same as a Winchester in some situations. It's a single use, so it's more expensive, but usually for like underwater stuff. But yeah, you can't use either of those unless before your expedition you choose to cut a wedge between your fingers. So like actually like take a knife and cut a wedge so you can actually use a trigger. But it takes 1 HP away, so you can still use them, but you lose HP every time you risk it. And you have to like choose that beforehand. You don't know if the situation you're in will require the use of a rifle, but you're like, you know, if you want to be really sure, you can cut your fingers so you can actually use it for one single event. And the last curse we got, that was just last stream, we got one called Hand of the Fool King. After an expedition, when we get our artifacts, our remnants, which is the game's term for artifacts, we have to roll a d4. If we get one... this is one specifically not for remnants. After each expedition, we've got to roll a d4. If we get 1 or 2, we have to lose an item, because it's kind of like Hand of Midas, where everything you touch turns to gold, but it turns to fool's gold. It turns into pyrite. So if you touch things accidentally, they might become metal and completely unusable. So yeah, you just get like a chance of losing an item at each expedition. So as these curses pile up, you get like more and more gameplay. The gameplay becomes harder and harder, which hopefully as you rack them up, you're also getting more money and more items, which will help you in expedition. So it's like a balancing thing where you get more curses, you also get more money, and more advantages with your items. That said, if you ever reach 10 curses, your character dies. There's 3 ways to die in this game. You either become too broke and too in debt to like ever travel again. You lose all your HP. Obviously that's like a regular death. Or you get so much corruption that you essentially just, you get, not specifically corruptions, but you get so many curses, which you rack up with corruption, that you're essentially lose your humanity, become a monster, and just roam the land. Every time you die, though, you get the option. You know, you can finish the game wherever you want, right? But the idea is that when you die, you reroll the character, and this new character is supposed to find the book that's been left somewhere. You know, if they died just on their corpse, if they went broke, maybe they just sold it at a market or something to make a little bit of money. Or if you got too many curses and became a monster, maybe you just left your book behind. Someone else finds your book and continues your adventure, decides, hey, I want to like see what this person was up to, right? So you get to like essentially continue with a new character with all the knowledge that your previous character got, but like mechanically with a fresh slate. So yeah, there are many secrets you can find in the game. There's a whole secret area that we're not going to visit. We're not going to spoil, but it's a fun one to get to. You need to solve some stuff that is spread through the book. So yeah, no spoilers though. We won't visit the secret area in this game. We are going to visit the underwater area though. That's what we've been exploring in the last game. But before then, let's start by tracing back our adventure so far. I'm not going to read everything because, you know, it's getting to be quite a few pages. So, knitted flesh into spark hands, just for fun. Big problem with your expansion is trying to find a good name for it. What's the expansion going to be about? Yeah, does it have a theme or something, or is it just like little things that you've been writing? What happens if you touch the ground with your golden hands? The entire earth turns into a chunk of pyrite. Everybody dies. Hey, Nictorius. So let's retrace our adventure. We start as I was gonna say a bright-eyed youth. No, she's actually pretty depressed looking at the start. So it's not gonna get any better. But yes, our character, as I was explaining, her name is Carolina. She comes from Spain, comes from a Catholic family. She was actually raised pretty rich, but one day she starts hearing this voice that starts calling her to the land of Lemuria. And she tries to avoid it for a long time, but eventually like succumbs to it and, you know, becomes convinced that this voice is the true God. And she calls the voice the Father. She associates it with this symbol, which is also the logo of the game. Yeah, cheeky little reference here. There's a bunch of things with eye themes. For instance, you know, eyes in the forehead, that sort of thing. Right, so since there's a real thing with eye themes, you can play around with that a lot. So she associates him with this symbol, and yeah, his voice has been calling me for years. The voice of the true Father. It leads me to the Promised Land, which is what she calls Lemuria, the region in this game. By the way, just to give you guys an idea of the actual region we're exploring, let me open the map right here for y'all. This is what Lemuria looks like. There we go. This is what Lemuria looks like. Four land masses and an inner sea in between them. You can visit each of these, just to give you guys an idea of the amount of writing that is in this game. Each of these 4 areas plus the sea plus the secret area has 20 specific areas you can visit within them, 20 artifacts you can find, and 20 encounters, so actually 24 technically, 24 encounters, which is like the situations you're facing on the way to finding the artifact, right? So for each gameplay loop, which we call an expedition, first you stock up, then you roll some dice to choose where you're going, random area, which can be like, you know, the Great Sahara Desert or the port of Nava. We've actually been there like 3 times. You know, the Cenobium, each of these is in the map. You can, you roll your die, get one of 20 areas to visit. You roll another one, you get one of 20 artifacts, and then you roll another one and get one of 4 different situations for, you know, type of area. So for example, there's, if you go this island in Sura, you get desert areas, you get caves and mines, you get towns like this town. Each of those like categories will have different type of encounters you'll find there. So let's say we rolled town, and you would roll an encounter from the town table, which has 4 different ones. So yeah, again, 20 artifacts, 20 regions or areas, and 20 encounters, the chances of you having, like, you know, repeating the same areas, the same things twice in a row, really low. We did actually repeat an area 3 times in a row, which I think we calculated that the probabilities of that to be like 1 in 100,000 or something like that. We got like insanely weird luck with this character, which is really funny. Anyway, 4 main areas. This one's called Sabra, and it's sort of desert themed. This one's called Motag, and it's sort of like cliff and mountain themed, really cold. Then we got Desangle, which is sort of, you know, the rainforests, and a big caldera in the middle. There's a bunch of swamps as well. And then we got Lazarak, which is a sort of volcano hellscape. It used to be like a really, you know, rich and beautiful area until a bunch of volcanoes popped up and covered everything in lava, except for one mountain. So yeah, it's basically a wasteland there. And we got the Akaura Sea, which is, you know, you can only explore once you've gotten a specific artifact, which we have gotten on the past stream, and it allows us to go underwater and see a bunch, you know, 20 new areas, 20 new remnants, all in this, you know, where you have to take a submarine and an old school like diving equipment to actually get to. So yeah, that's the area we've been visiting. Oh, the self-promotion. I'll repeat it for folks who just joined us. Go to the pinned links in the chats, and you can get the physical pre-order, which we still haven't printed because we're still like finishing up the layout and everything in the book. So yeah, get the physical pre-order so you can get it when it's printed, and also get like a complimentary digital version, or just get the digital version. There's 2 links there where you can get in. Lazarak is fun to say. It comes from Lanzarote, which is one of the islands in the Canary Islands. A lot of these areas and stuff are inspired either by the place I grew up in, Asturias, or by the Canary Islands, where I currently live. Oh, see you, Mectal. Is it in the Indian Ocean, like the theorized Lemuria? We leave it pretty vague, the actual location, but it's technically meant to be in the Pacific, because, you know, it's kind of like in the area like furthest away from any other populated area in the world, you know. It's off the coast of the Canary Islands, pretty much on the other side of the world, actually. For your expansion theme, various little things, but the big aspect is it's all signs of other foreigners, like an archetype for another explorer, remnants, locations, items associated with the German expedition. Interesting. I like that. It could be, I mean, it could just be like the expedition expansion or something like that. You have an idea for an archetype? The amnesiac, you find yourself in the land without any memory of how you got there. Oh, I love that, Muli. That's a really good archetype. You should write it up and put it on the Discord. Maybe someone will want to play with that. It's a really fun one to start with. What dice do you need for the game? Only two. A d20, 20-sided die, and a d4. So if you ever played like tabletop games, you definitely got these two. If you don't, there's apps where you can roll dice on your phone, and yeah, you can use fake dice. That's fine as well if you don't have them physically. I recommend having a couple though. They're fun to play with. I got a whole set of these black ones that I got in a little secondhand store in Japan. But we only need these two for the actual game. Try to keep it low, so it's only like, you don't need too much material. So there's only things in sets of 20 or sets of 4. Spanish explorer in a continent in the sea is called Ak Gold. You know they gotta go down there. The depths beckon. Can I give you an idea? Always. You can also use Discord bots to roll dice. I didn't know. We played a horror journaling game and it was shallow, so I thought I could write this better, and then realized it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. It was a whole year of work, and 2 people too. So I made this with a game maker, Neon Rots, who's handled all the game bits of it. Thank you, Neon. I mean, everything's been collaborative, like the writing, the art. There's some of Neon's art in there as well. Yeah, it's all been like a big collaborative effort. So where can you find the general mechanics for this game? On the links above. You can get the digital version if you don't want the physical version. Need to buy a new D4 just for Dreadfarer. Red smoky color scheme, nice. Your dog stole your bed. Okay, Tartarus, have a good night. Who came up with the basic idea of it? It's been my idea for a long time, and it was... if I recall correctly, I was talking about it on the Patreon Discord, and Neon was one of my patrons, and I was like, it would be so cool to make a game, like a role-playing game, where you're playing as an archaeologist and just keep finding cursed things. And I was like, hey, we could do that. And I was like, yeah, okay. And we started talking about it, and it became Dreadfarer. It's $20. It's 200 and some pages. It's a big book. People living inside a giant monster. Oh, that sounds fun. Anyway, we're gonna go through the everything that's happened to our character so far. So, this book is a true scripture hidden from us by the lying priests. I will travel this land and find the source of his voice, the garden. So that's where we sort of set up the basic goal. Hammy.
Years of support.
3 years.
For another 3. Also, hello, Bean. I hope all my fellow cryptids are having a good time soon.
Thank you so much, Hammy, for all your support. Bean has been greeted for you. He's very sleepy. But yes, our character basically spends all her money due to her curse. She's forced to spend all her money on her first trip because the curse, the voice curse that she starts with, you gotta spend the most... Well, you spare no expense to follow the voice, so you have to take the most expensive travel option to go to your next location whenever the voice calls you. So she starts out by spending all her money to go to the first place, And the first thing she finds is a mask. This mask is one of the artifacts in the land of Lazarak, this like volcanic hellscape we were talking about. We decided to take this mask, keep it to ourselves for role-playing purposes, and she decides it is the face of the father, right? It's sort of a laughing mask, sort of like these old Greek theater masks, and made of stone. And if you look through the eyes of this mask, everything around you will start looking like small and puny. And you know, we kind of like that. This works with a character of a religious fanatic who thinks she's above everybody. So she takes a mask. There's a second drawing here, and she puts it on. As she does, you know, eventually it will start like fusing with her face, basically. She never takes it off, and she starts getting a bunch of curses. Like, for example, she becomes like, she gets this anglerfish eyes, which like makes her half blind. Everything, all the like harsh light blinds her. So, you know, she puts on the mask in order to reduce the light. And that's when she starts shooting people with her rifle whenever she gets into trouble. That was the first shot, not the last. She keeps finding, she found the same mask, which is really funny because that's a bit of an edge case. If you already have an artifact on you and you find the same artifact, it turns out like the new one turns out to be a fake. And as you pick it up, you realize it's shoddy and it just breaks up. So we decided to play that into her character. She finds another mask and she decided it is a mockery of his visage. It's like a false prophet, and she destroys it. No, she has a vestigial brother. It's growing in her neck. Does she look like me yet? I don't know what you look like. I hope it's not. I hope it's nothing like this, though. She's a full Nepo baby. A little bit, yeah.
Hermanito looking me, Lisa Specter. Might want to get that checked out.
Yeah, also, I jokingly named the character Carolina after my sister. Because I thought that would be funny. And then she got a curse called Little Sibling. So obviously the little sibling, since it's my older sister, the little sibling has to be called Eduardo. So that's his name. It's named after me. The vestigial brother is a curse. She gets it like actually in this page here. After she destroys a strange doll. Okay, then she travels to an area like one of the encounters she got was like a strange omen where a rock like shattered in front of her, and on the inside of the rock was a message written for her, like directly addressing her, which, you know, kind of a strange omen. Mechanically, this meant we got basically a one-up. We got to avoid death once. And a little bit after that, we get to these weird standing stones. As you walk towards the center, and she's called, like, she feels a calling to go towards the center of these stones. As she goes towards the center, she starts like feeling pressure and pressure, like she's going like deep under the ocean, like coughing blood. It's just like, you know, she's like every step is more and more painful. She actually loses all of her HP going to the center, and so, you know, we cash in that extra life. She gets to survive, and, you know, we reveal what the words on the stone were, which was "Let the ocean crush your bones so that you may be born anew." And once she gets to the center of this, she gets a vision of the whole land of Lemuria from you know, outside of her body, and you know, we play this into like she sees the garden, like this promised land she's looking for, and and she finds an artifact, and she already has the hunger curse. That was one of the first curses she got. She finds a small artifact, which is like a bug encased in amber, and she eats it, which is really funny. I think she'll eat a few more artifacts as she goes. She visits a temple in the depths of the jungle in Desengal, and she you know, it's a temple dedicated to a large tree. She decides it means she's on the track to the father's garden, and she encounters this artifact, which is a strange snail. This snail, if has a sort of venom that can pinch you with on the tip of its shell, has a sort of venom that won't kill you, but it will make you think you're dead. So it'll essentially like prompt you to leave everything, go to an isolated place, and just wait there to rot and die. So she gets pinched by it, and it's sort of, she sees it as a test of the father, where she now believes she's dead and she's like unworthy. She just lies down with another artifact she finds, and waits to rot, but then realizes this was a test. She was not dead. So I understood I was alive only to serve him. Bean is always sleeping through the horrors. No, he'll actually, I assume like in about an hour, he'll wake up, start going crazy and attack the dice. He loves attacking the dice. That's why they called you Vestigial Val. Does your sister know her counterpart is having a time? Yes, I actually showed the book physically to my sister, because we met up a few weeks ago. Val fully thought that was going to be the end of the game, but we wouldn't let him. This character, honestly, she could have died like a few times. She was really lucky. The ant dead chemical. Yes, that's exactly what it's inspired on, Soup. So, that's when she reaches the port of Nava, which I was mentioning before. That's on the land of Sarah.
It's great watching vids of cats trying to knock it off of tablets and shelves.
Yeah.
Like, Alex stopping them. The tiniest confusing.
Bean usually doesn't love like throwing things on the floor. Usually. But for some reason, like, dice like really get to him. He really loves them. In any case, yeah, we go to the land of Sarah, and we land on the port of Nava, which we'll spend a lot of time on there for some reason, because our luck is really strange in this game, and we keep getting the same area, which is really unlikely mathematically, but we keep getting it, which is funny. But this is the first time we get there, and she starts like preaching in the streets, preaching about the father and her god and stuff. Nobody listens to her except for one guy. Oh, and she dances. She finds like a snake charmer who invites her to dance with the snake, and she takes on the invitation, and the snake doesn't bite her, so she believes it's a sign of protection from the father. But none would listen to my words, all but one man, foreign like me, who told me he also sought this land after hearing a voice. So this was not an encounter. This was just a way for us to find this, a way I connected to find this artifact in the city. He invited me to his house, where he showed me all manner of wonders and artifacts from this land, such as a silver stone, capable of turning flesh to stone. This is going to be important. Silverstone is going to show up. And I asked him where the father led him, and he said, I have not heard his voice in years. Heathen, false believer. So a guy actually shows her sympathy and like empathizes with her, and tells her like, yeah, I also heard a voice like you. And but when she presses for details, she comes to believe that he's a heathen, and he's like trapped her in his house. So she takes the silver stone, this stone that can, when in contact with flesh, will turn it to stone. She like rubs in on his eyes to blind him, and then starts running. Yeah, she runs to an alleyway where she gets attacked by a few shady guys. She kills them. She actually one of the things, when she got the silver stone, we rolled the dice, and the curse, the hunger curse, made her eat it. So we decided to play that into the encounter of her like being attacked by some strange guys, and she eats the stone, which turns her mouth into stone and her teeth into stone and stuff, and just bites the guys to death. And she takes the shards of the silver stone and like puts it on her face, which she's wearing this mask, right? So essentially like she's fusing the mask to her own face by like petrifying herself. That's why she's starting to look like this. And actually, like, this drawing was before she fused her face, so now the mask and her face would just be one surface. Lord is looking out for her. He really is. This is going through it. Should really be. I wandered the streets, and the strange looks upon people's faces no longer bothered me. His smile was forever upon me. And I saw a familiar face. So we actually get since we keep getting the city encounter in the same area, we actually get a repeat encounter, which is a snake charmer. And at this point, we decide it would be fun for gameplay purposes and just to show you guys more areas, it would be fun to go to the sea, to the underwater area. But for that, you need this artifact called the Dragger's Bell, which I drew. Here's a Dragger's Bell. For that, we need this artifact, and getting a specific artifact, you either get really lucky, or you pay a hefty price to something called the Whisper Seekers. The Whisper Seekers will essentially let you get one extra artifact of your choosing during your next expedition, but in exchange you get one curse and gotta pay like, I think it was $300. So we got the curse in order to get this specific artifact that we wanted to be able to go under the water. And in this encounter where we're supposed to meet the Whisper Seekers, we got the Snake Charmer again. So I was like, I'm gonna combine these two things. I'm gonna make the Snake Charmer one of the Whisper Seekers. So and I saw a familiar face, the Snake Charmer. She called upon me with a knowing look, asking me once more to dance with the serpent. And I let it bite me, knowing the father would protect me. The charmer, impressed, bid me to follow her, and took me to a shaded garden. She told me she was one of the Whisper Seekers, guardians of hidden truths across Lemuria. She had heard of my travels, and she said, I know you seek a garden. The father must have sent her to me, but in exchange for her help, she asked for a price in flesh. I had to accept. I felt my fingers fuse together. That's one of the curses she got. The father was telling me to be more sparing. Because, again, we can't use guns. So maybe it's like, oh, this is a sign from the father that we've just been shooting everybody. And the charmer took me to a place in the orchard, hidden among the orange trees. And with my new hands, I started to dig. And under the earth was a bell, fashioned from a strange skull. The charmer told me to seek his voice under the waves and retreated into the shadows. So we get this artifact, the Dragger's Bell. We paid a hefty price for it, but by keeping this artifact, instead of selling it, we get to visit this new area. And so with the father's gift, I headed under the sea they call Akaura. The garden was not there. I think that's meant to be an if. If the garden was not there, I knew I would at least find a clue. I heard his voice once again. I descended into the ruins that once were drowned beneath the waves. And the forces of the ocean tried to stop me, but they could not. She gets an encounter with like a weird skeleton that's been piloted by eels. But she survives the encounter. And then climbed a tall tower and rung its bell. That's the area she got to. It's a drowned city with a big bell tower. And something rung back. His voice, closer than ever. Regrettably, I could not stay under the water for long, so I had to make my way to the port of Nava to finance my next expedition. That's the third time in a row we got to the port of Nava as an area, which is just like insane luck. I think it was like, whoever calculated it was like a 1 in 100,000 chances or something like that. Skeleton piloted by eels, yes. You know, as tends to happen under the water. You wrote your archetype out in the Discord? Nice. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, if you got any like artifact ideas, things that, you know, people can incorporate into their own games, put them up on the Discord. Again, we got a Dreadfarer channel, and yeah, if it gives people inspiration, that's always cool. And if you play the game, obviously, like share whatever happened. Take a photo of your diary. I'd love to see that. Anyway, so could not stay under the water for long. Makes the way back to the port of Nava to finance our next expedition. Upon reaching the shore, a faithless city guard attempted to intimidate me. But upon me calling the name of the father and showing him my weapon, he quickly retreated. So she can't shoot her gun, but she could still intimidate someone with it, which is really funny. I went to the markets to sell the trinkets I had for the next voyage, but I did not have enough. That is when, out of the corner of my eyes, I saw him, the faithless oaf who tried to trap me in his house. You guys remember the guy she blinded, but decided to like bring him back in order to, you know, continue the story and have some recurrent characters. And since we were visiting the same area, it felt like a good fit. He who sent the hooded man to kill me, the enemy of the father, and as he was blinded from my cunning escape, he did not foresee my strike. He fell, and a statuette tumbled up out of his bag. Several guards converged upon us, and I had to escape before dealing the killing blow. So she jumps the guy, but she doesn't get to actually kill him, which is still an artifact from him. And that's where we are right now. Yep. We got this artifact. I think we sold it already, if I recall correctly. Yes, because we didn't like mark it in the remnants. So yeah, she's actually, yeah. She got this artifact. Yeah, took the statue to sell. So yeah, we sold the statue. That's where we are right now. We have, through the weird luck of getting the same areas a couple times, we have, or 3 times, we've actually managed to have some recurring characters. I was actually thinking if she dies, and when this character dies, when Carolina dies or finishes her story, we find like some good way of finishing her story. We're gonna, you know, that's gonna be the end of this series of streams. But if I keep playing it on my own, I might make the blind man the next character. Like wherever she ends up, she leaves the book behind and the blind man finds it. And she also used to hear that voice, so maybe he's like, you know, enticed to continue, and then, you know, playing as a blind man from the previous story feels like a fun like tie-in. I don't know. It's possible. Let's eat some more bugs and rocks. She loves eating bugs and rocks. Poor thing is Pika on top of everything else. Anyway, just as a reminder, we're doing really good on cash. We're doing good on health. We also got like 3 first aid kits, so we can afford to lose quite a bit of health. But we're not doing good on curses. We've essentially, you know, health is something you can lose pretty easy, sometimes really quickly if you're careless. But if you got money, you can always, like, between expeditions, you can get first aid kits and recoup your health. Same with money. You can, if you're doing okay on money, you're probably going to be fine. You get exposed to less dangers because you can get the more expensive but safer travel options. But in order to get more money, you got to sell your artifacts to the black market. Selling your artifacts to the black market racks up your corruption, and racking up corruption means, you know, you get a lot of curses, which bring you disadvantages. So it's a sort of balancing mechanic. You can get more money, especially if you're in dire straits, something, but in exchange, you rack up corruption, and you might, you know, end up getting to the dreaded number of 10 curses where your character dies or becomes a monster. So let us continue. We get to choose our next expedition because the voice curse just activated, and that's where it brought us to the city of Nava once again. But now we're not under the influence of the voice, so we get to choose wherever we go. And we get... I want to visit the underwater region again. I want to visit Akara. This, once again, it's the inner sea of this region. And yeah, we're just here. So, you know, we're in a port. Story-wise, really easy to lead her there. She literally just came back from an expedition. She was financing the next one, right? So we're going to Akara. First things we're doing, and just to remind you guys of the structure of the game, so you get like mechanically what's going on. There's a structure. First, you know, we've kept a note of our money, corruption, etc. First, we choose the area to explore. We're going to Akara. First, we roll from the appropriate location stable. So we take a d20, and we get number 9. And that's going to be location number 9 under Akara. So we go here. And we find this area. It is called The Warning. I'm going to note down, I make a note of everything that's happened before I write it. So that way, you know, I can like mix things together, incorporate the area, the remnants and everything together. So we're going to The Warning, which is, if we need to refer to it again, that's number 9. And let's read. The Warning is an enormous monument composed of hundreds of imposing black spikes jutting out of the seafloor, pockmarked by shallow caves. Inside each is a mass of bioluminescent algae, causing them to glow into the gloom, visible to underwater travelers for miles. When seen from above, the glowing shapes coalesce into a sentence, written in a long-forgotten language. Despite not grasping its message, those who see it understand it as a dire omen, a warning of some danger that may have already come to pass, or may still be in the horizon. This is one of the monuments. Each area has 4 monuments, and these are a bit like, you know, more special areas where you get special encounters as well. So let's just note down there's a monument, because this category is where we need to, will tell us where we need to roll from the encounter stable. Okay. We have rolled from the appropriate location stable. Now we roll from the appropriate remnant stable. So we roll another d20. And that is once again a 9. Strange luck we're getting. So we go to, scroll down to the Akara remnants, and we go to number 9. This is the Crown of Kovanga. Kovanga? Depends on how you read it. A rusted crown bearing in Motagi script. Motag is one of the areas in the game, right? It's this area, so it's related to the lore of this region. Bearing in Motagi script the name of the demi-goddess Kovanga. This treasure appears to have been crafted by an unseasoned hand. Simple metals pressed together, as though the demigoddess herself crafted a false image. On the back of the crown is crudely etched an image of what might be an ancient god, with 8 arms and the word father. No fucking way. This is... I didn't write this thinking it would be so extremely fitting to the story. So she just found a crown from a demigoddess of one of the areas that carries the word father. Incredible. That is perfect luck. Okay, so we're getting Crown of Kovanga. That's number 9. And let's make the notes that it has the inscription father, because that's definitely going to play in.
She found Daddy's crown.
She found Daddy's crown. And the crown is crudely etched with an image of what might be an ancient god with 8 arms. Ancient god with 8 arms. If we find anything like this again, that's an image of the father. Daddy's crown. Okay, that's perfect. She's getting incredible luck. Okay, so we have rolled our area and our remnants. That is where we're going, and that's what we're gonna find there. Now, we set out. Before setting out, we got the option to get some gear. And let me rotate here. There we go. Well, first of all, we get the option to choose our transportation method, but we are going to the underwater area. So we only got this option, which is a submersible. It costs $50. So we're going to take out $50 from our... Where's my eraser? Here. Okay. Don't call him daddy. Too late. Too late for that. Peppa's been giving his little girl all kind of fun toys, and she uses them for violence always. Okay, so you get the submersible. That means 380. And we had to choose if we want to take any new equipment before we go. Hi, Bean. Hi. Okay, we already got what 3 first aid kits. We're good on money, on health, and on money as well. We can't use any of the lamps. Where are you going, Bean? Oh, are you just gonna... Okay, hold on. Let me make some space for you. He's just gonna lie down here, I guess, and try to eat. Yeah, as I was telling you guys, he's gonna try to eat the dye. Okay. One thing we could get that would be appropriate for her location is a harpoon gun. That said, if we get a harpoon gun, we're gonna need to sacrifice 1 health in order to use it once. So, chat. The question, I guess, is should we... Oh, Bean. Don't press on buttons, please. Where were we? Traveling gear. Yeah, if we get a harpoon gun, which costs us $60 for 1 use, we're also gonna have to spend 1 health to be able to use it. But, you know, it's quite likely that whatever dangers are underwater are gonna be more than 1 health. We just don't know if it'll require a harpoon gun. But she loves violence, as Fish said. So I think it's the time to get a harpoon gun. It's the only weapon she hasn't gotten yet. Harpoon gun. Let's get it. And we spent 60, so we're down to 320. She's doing really good on money anyway, so it's not a terrible thing. Oh, I think I might get a compass now, but not use it immediately. A compass lets you choose whatever area you want for your next expedition, which is just nice if you're like, for story purposes, maybe you want to like revisit an area or something. But I know an area that would be really good. I'm using insider knowledge. It's because I wrote the game. I know an area that'll be really good for the next expedition. And also, to be honest, we could use this in order to go underwater twice in a row, maybe, because if we use this, I feel like we get to counteract the voice curse that will send us to a random place. And those go underwater twice. It's not like really written anywhere specific in the book that the compass undoes this curse, but I think it can, you know, it allows us to visit a location of our choosing for the next expedition. So I think we can read it that way, right? Let me get it, because I have an area I want to go to. I have an area I want to show you. So we got 320 to 270. And we get a compass, which we're not going to use immediately. So we just got to remember this compass for the next expedition. Did you get her thingies back? Yes. We are going to cut off the flesh between our fingers, losing 1 HP in order to be able to use the gun. This only lasts us 1 expedition, so it's a it's a silly solution, but hopefully we're gonna be fine with 6 HP. I think it's more than enough for most dangers. Yeah, I'm gonna make notes of these. Cut fingers. So we incorporate it into the story if need be. And now that we've geared up, we get to, where's the structure of the, hold on. We've geared up, gone into the means, chosen a means of travel, and now we roll from the encounter table of the appropriate to the location you're visiting. So the location we're visiting is a monument, right? So we are going to go down to the Akara encounters, scroll down to the monuments, seabed monuments, and we're going to roll a d4. Can Bean read? I don't know. He seems to be reading. We get a 3. So we scroll down to monuments, encounter 3. So as we explore, a strange underwater mist rolls in, covering the seabed we're standing on and obscuring anything from the knees down. Squinting into the mist, we see strange shapes begin to squirm under the surface. Roll a d4. We don't get a choice. We just gotta roll and trust luck. We get a 4. Something long and black rears up near your leg and you instinctively swim upwards. A barbed point jabbing into the sand where you were standing. You swim back to the sub and watch the squirming mist through the viewing window as you pass by. So we got lucky. We didn't get stabbed by some strange thing. Well, we would have lost quite a bit of HP, so that was good. We didn't need to use our harpoon gun anyway, but you know, it might have saved our ass depending on the encounter we got. So that was our encounter. Seems like we got a narrow miss, and yeah, the encounter. Strange stabby thing in the mist. Do you think you might be able to make Dreadfarer more stable on your channel? Not to keep playing in stream settings. I mean, maybe. We'll see. Maybe when the actual like I got the actual like final physical book, I might do another little playthrough or something. Haven't quite decided though. Almost got her leg again. Yeah, she keeps getting attacked in the leg. In this case, she got a lucky roll. Okay, so we got these 3 things. She goes down into the seabed, goes to see this weird monument, the warning, right? It's like a lot of spikes jutting out of the ground. It is inspired by the nuclear warnings, the nuclear waste warnings that, you know, artists theorized many years ago, where it's like a bunch of spikes jutting out of the ground and a bunch of warnings in forgotten languages, warning people of the far future that this is not a place of honor. Don't go there. No great deeds are celebrated here. It's like an anti-monument you're supposed to not visit because it's radioactive. That is the area we visited. So we go there and find the strange crown. I think it's a fitting place. Oh, is that Bean? Oh, did that bother you? Hold on. There. So is it radioactive? I don't know. I don't think she has a Geiger counter. I don't think Geiger counters exist at this point in time. I don't think she knows what radioactivity is. We're in the early 20th century. I mean, yeah, radioactivity. She would probably know what it is. Or it at least it has been discovered at this point. But I don't know if the health effects have been discovered yet. Like, this is a time where Marie Curie is studying radium, and she's poisoning herself because she doesn't know. 1908. Oh, call me surprised. Okay, so go back into the water. What do you think, Bean? Bean is very curious, very interested in this pen, and he does not want us to write. Hold on, Bean. Don't move. Hold on, it's kind of faint. Ah, focus. Focus. There we go. The beautiful bean hand. We'll leave that as a mark in the background. That's staying. The mark of the bean. Okay. I'm thinking like how to start this specific encounter. She ends by saying, you know, I took the statue to sell and quickly took my leave. I prepared. For my next underwater expedition. By buying a harpoon gun and cutting a wedge between my fused fingers. The creatures of the ocean will not impede my search, my holy search. Don't explain the mark. No, it's going to be completely unexplained. It's just there. What's this track? This one currently? Scarlet Repose by Too Mellow. You meant the one from before. Oh, that's from the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. It's called Forgotten Beast. I love the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. I listen to it all the time. It's just some really nice guitar. Okay. Let's draw the area we're going to, the warning. Levine. And I made my way back to the depths. Ooh, Bean. Good stretch. Look at him. To a dark monument.
I love the managerial approval from Venus who writer journal entries. Something special about feline approval for creative endeavors.
Bean, do you approve? To a dark monument built as an omen. But within I felt the strength of his voice. It called me. And I followed. Okay. So we're gonna draw the warning as I imagine it. This nuclear warning inspired area, but under the ocean. Squid Liminal, thank you for the raid. Welcome, folks. How was your stream? We are playing Dreadfarer, which is a solo TTRPG about exploring, and you know, while the game is just writing a diary and rolling dice to see what happens. We're currently under the water. Hey, Maxwell. How he's been with other animals? He's really chill with other animals. Like, I brought it. I brought him back with me to my parents when I went there for a couple months last year, and he was super chill with my dogs, or my parents' dogs technically. Okay, let's draw what I imagine for the warning. And why not? Let's take as much of the page as I want. We don't need to limit ourselves. So imagining like tree-like sort of branching spikes jutting out of the floor at different angles. Some of them are probably just broken by the years. So I want to draw a couple big ones in the foreground and the sub going past being kind of small there. I don't know what subs actually look like in the... Let me look some reference. Okay, so it's supposed to be like a small submarine. Hello, Bean. Oh, Bean is super chill with animals. He's scared of people. That's the thing that scares him. Isn't that right, Bean? He's scared of people you don't know. He's been getting better at it, though. He's learning. He's been facing his fears. Isn't that right? Oh, yes. He learned to absolutely adore my mom. Because my mom really loves animals, and she kept like going to visit him and cuddle, and you know, he was scared of her at first, but he quickly got accustomed and grew to love her. Isn't that right, Bean? Yes. At the end of the year, we're gonna spend some time in Asturias. Isn't that right, Bean? He's gonna come with me, and he's gonna get to see his two favorite dogs. And my mom. Okay. That's a sort of submarine. Really small there, but you know, I wanted to give it something for perspective to make it clear like how big these spikes are. I might even make them go deeper. And I'm gonna make these real dark. Just like silhouettes, essentially. Maybe leaving like the area right next to the submarine lit up, like, you know, the submarine maybe has some lights. Let me zoom in. Now it's on the bean zoom. What you doing, Bean? He's squirming. Bean! It's like, don't draw. Pay attention to me.
Bean would like to have some input in the creative process, lol.
What do you want me to draw, Bean? He just wants attention. I'm holding his little hand now and he seems chill. Oh, no, okay. What is it, little man? Do you not want me to draw? Do you want a pen? Do you maybe want a toothbrush? Nope. No special attention for the toothbrush. Oh, he's licking it. Big yawn. Oh. Oh, it's shower time, I
Bean
guess.
is feeling a little spicy today. Must be mixed with chopped peppers.
Swear to God, it's every time I pull out the pencils and stuff to draw. Bean attack. We go. A couple of big ones. I'm just gonna keep adding more in the background, but they're gonna be just silhouettes, basically. He is so soft and pettable. And he loves his toothbrush. He's a freak about dental hygiene. What's up, Bean? Hello. Get that toothbrush out of that book. No, his entire face. No. No dice for you. Again. Okay, you hold your page. If you hold the page open, Bean, we can have a productive collaboration here. Just hold it open. Just hold it open for me. No, no. Okay. You wanna put your paw on the drawing. That's it. Okay, okay. I see how it is. Bean is fascinated. He's participating, exactly. He's holding the book open at least now. I will give him that. There's something up here in blank space. Bean, watch and learn. One day you will be an artist too. Yes, watch very closely. Okay, yeah. He wants to. Oh, you wanna participate? You wanna smudge? Help me smudge. It's working. He's helping. Oh, your perfect smudge tool. Thank you, Bean. Thank you. I love you. Oh, get you. Oh, careful, careful. Don't press keys on the keyboard. Thank you. He's so talented. You want to smudge some more? Hey, you wanted to participate, didn't you? Okay, okay, that's it. I won't make you smudge anymore. He's washing his paw. That's the wrong one though, Bean. I smudged with this one. Oh, okay. Good attempt, Bean. Oh, little man. He really wants to eat this pencil. The strangest handshake of my life. Okay, so it's a little bit tough to get the specific levels I want correctly, but the way I'm doing it is like smudging it a lot and having several several like layers of spikes, so it just feels like it keeps going and going, but you know, it's underwater, so it just becomes harder to see as you get further. And you know, making everything smudgy also, you know, hopefully helps the underwater vibes. Venus is looking at me and moving his tail menacingly. Okay, does it look like a sort of a creepy forest of spikes? Or should I add some more? What do you guys think so far? Oh, goodbye, Bean. Are you going? He's going. He can't just sleep anywhere. Yeah. Such is the life of a cat. It is one of his God-given rights. He may sleep where and as he pleases. And finally, let me darken the submarine. And this spike a little too. I feel like the submarine should also be like mostly black. Except for the little windows. Okay, there we go. That's my drawing of the warning. Gonna do a little bit of this for the sort of flashlights. There we go. Subnautica meets Iron Long. Honestly, just having this sort of place in a game like that would have been awesome, to be honest. What was that noise, Bean? Oh, you want to go? Hold on, Bean wants me to open the door so he can go probably piss. Yes. There we go. Little drawing of the warning. I like this one. I might include it in the book. Okay. Where were we? Yes. She is exploring this and she comes across a crown, which maybe I'll draw on the next page. How about that? So let's continue. I made my way back into the depths to a dark monument built as an omen, but within I felt the strength of his voice. It called me and I followed. So something tries to attack her. I don't know if she would mention it directly because it was a close call. So she just like scurries away. Maybe it's like attacking her as she recovers the crown and tries to like take it back. That might make for a bit of a better scene. Okay. How should you continue? And the deepest part of this, or should you just use the depths? So in the furthest reaches of this forest of spikes. Led by the voice, led by his voice. I'd found a little alcove in the rock. Something glowed within. Within a crown. Okay, this is... I feel like she's gonna take this crown and wear it. I don't think she would sell this. It's a crown that has the word father inscribed. I think she has to take it. What do you guys think? She wouldn't get rid of that, right? And it would go really well with her mask. Oh. Why not, right? It's like endgame gear. Not that it gives her any actual stats, but it feels like endgame gear. Let's draw the crown. Let me go back to the description on the book. So we're going to the Kara remnants and number 9. The crown of Govanga, a rusted crown bearing a Motagi script and bearing in Motagi script the name of the demigoddess Govanga. This treasure appears to have been crafted by an unseasoned hand. Simple metals pressed together, as though the demigoddess herself crafted a false image. On the back of the crown is crudely etched an image of what might be an ancient god with 8 arms and the word father. Would you think the crown is meant for her? I think so. It has the word father, right? Must keep, yeah, I agree. So let's draw the crown. It's rusted, it is kind of rough, so it's not like a fine metal crown. I feel like it would be more of a... something like a jagged spike. Oh yeah, we gotta have the word father. That would be in the back. How do we show that? If he has like a huge spike there. Maybe just a separate drawing. And it has like an old kind of washed out script in the front. Like, let's see like the back of it. I feel like it would be on the inside, on the back. Oh no, it's just the back of the crown. Yeah, okay, so on the outside. There we go. That'll be the back. I'll try to do less tangents with the other side of the crown. The Ice King's crown. I guess it's kind of Ice King, kind of Ice Kingy, yeah. You're not wrong with that. See, and it even comes with a cool spike to jab your enemies with. And God knows she has a lot of enemies. More enemies each day. Okay. So we got the crown. Crudely etched an image of what might be an ancient god. 8 arms. Two, 4, 6, and 8. It's actually kind of hard to draw this small scale. By the way, I didn't mention this at the top, but the idea is to see, well, we'll see where her story takes us, obviously. But considering her amount of curses, it is quite possible that she will not survive this stream, Carolina. So, but the way I set up the streams for this week, tomorrow is sort of a free day, which we can either use to finish her story if by the end of today's stream she's still alive and kicking or not hypercursed. So tomorrow we can either finish if it hasn't finished already, or if it has, we'll do some art. So that's why I didn't set like anything too specific for tomorrow's stream on the schedule. If you saw the schedule on the Discord, which by the way, for people who want to miss less of my streams, sign up to the Discord and you will get the option to get a role that will notify you whenever I stream, and also like whenever I post a weekly schedule, which I will do usually on Sunday or Monday. Should we just write father in English here? Kind of like it's meant for her. Because, you know, it's implied in the text that it's written in the same Motagi script that the front of the crown has. But for her story, I guess if I want this to be like on the book itself, I might want to do. I'll just write it in the same like fake script here, yeah. Because otherwise, it's gonna be weird to have it in English for the actual book. I don't know if this one will be included in the book, but hey, just in case. We are right here, the crown. Off. And obviously, Our Lady here, she hasn't taken the time to write to the language, or to understand or learn the language of the people of this land, because she's more interested in like shooting everybody. So I feel like she just knows that it says father. Oh, does she wear it upside down? So this is in the front? That might be interesting, right? Because I want to draw her like wearing it. So we'll do that next. His crown meant for his daughter. Meant for me. Or made for me. She did grab the book on language. Probably one of the first words she looked up. That is true. She would look that up. Its name and form. Inscribed. Okay, and maybe she gets attacked now. She feels like, you know, she's being attacked because she took the crown, or because she put on the crown. And, okay, she's gonna put on the crown, and as she does, by keeping an artifact for yourself to no benefit, you gain 5 points of corruption. She's at 26, which would put her at 31 points of corruption, which gives her a new curse, and next curse is at 35. Okay, so we're gonna roll for a new curse. We have the chance of the curse being a repeat, because we got 7 curses already out of 20. So there's a 7 out of 20 chance of the curse being one we already got, which would spare us from the curse, but give us 3 points in corruption. So, you know, we get like sort of another chance. Let's go to curses. Yeah, curses do not stack. If you roll a curse you already have, you lucked out, do not receive it again. Instead, receive an extra 3 corruption. So, let's roll our d20. And we get a 6. It is a new curse. Okay, boil blood. Let's see. Curse number 8, baby. Boil blood. Let's read. The very blood that runs through your body has become acrid and pestilent. Every moment it burns you from the inside. Sometimes it escapes through pustules that up and open your skin, leaving a burning mark around them. The effect of this curse is we need to purchase an antidote before every expedition. If we do not, we lose 2 HP at the start of every expedition, and after having received any damage, you gain a boil blood vial, which may be used during one encounter with the same effect as a loaded Winchester. Ooh, interesting. So yeah, we get an alternative to Winchesters, which is throwing our blood to people or dangers, which is, it's an interesting, now that she's lost the ability of using a Winchester. Jesus, how you doing? Good to see you. That's an interesting curse. Okay. Okay, let me note down the effects. Before expedition, use antidotes or -2 HP. When we get damage, we get boil blood vial, which is equivalent to Winchester. Okay. I just write it in a little cheat sheet so we don't need to refer to it every time. Pocket Sand Blood Edition. She loves so much the gun, she became one. Yes. She must bleed on the blind guy. Poor blind guy. Become the rifle you want to see in the world. That is actually a perfect curse for her to get. Okay, so she gets the boil blood curse as she puts on the crown. Really appropriate. We are only 2 curses away from becoming a monster, folks. Okay. His crown made for me. And as I put it on, and as I wore it upon my head, I felt his gift. It's not a curse anymore, it's a gift. curse through my veins. Like boiling water. Okay, perfect. We got the crown. We got the curse. And we get attacked by, honestly, I don't know if she would even mention it. Yeah, something attacks her, but she's more interested in her crown. He's just swimming away with it. You have to draw a concept of her. You should. That'd be so fun. Officially becoming a monster. She already counts as one for most people. Yes. Yeah, I hope you're recuperating okay, Jesus. Gotta rest up. Okay, should we draw her with the crown? The changes since the last drawing we did of her is that now the mask is entirely fused to her head, so this would be like a continuous thing, and you know, a lot of her skin is made of stone directly. I think she would have lost most of her hair at this point. So I don't know if I should draw her here, since we're a little bit limited in space. How about we just take a good space and draw her here? Like maybe here. Okay. Hold on. I want to draw on a blank page, because otherwise we get the text below it. It's kind of transparent. Get the mic out of the way. It's annoying. There we go. Gonna change the pose to just like looking down, maybe. She's got her beautiful brother growing from growing from here, and her clothes are probably like entirely tatters at this point. Or actually, no, I'm not even doing the edges, the inside edges of the mask, because she's fused to it now. And she's wearing the crown backwards, by the way.
Living statue, basically.
Basically. If she's stoned, she can't swim. Oh, it's fine. She's not swimming. She's wearing a diving suit. She doesn't need the stone to weigh her down, actually. do the spikes correctly, it should be a little taller. Okay. So her eyes are two little dots because she's got the anglerfish eyes. You know, maybe instead of having like a straight edge with the eyes and the mask. It's more organic. She's so normal. I'm glad we got that mask at the beginning because it's made for interesting design element for her. I'm sorry about her face, but like, masks are fun.
Her father made her face. Don't say bad things about it.
Girly wants it anyway. Yeah, she's thriving, honestly. She's living her best life. Let's do like tiny little remnants of hair on what we can see of the scalp. Who got snakes aren't real? This is so broken. This is broken, but who got that t-shirt? Thank you, someone. It's got to be Jesus. Jesus just said I'm gonna do something. I bet that's Jesus. Store? Oh, try merch. Yeah, there we go. I'm so happy with the snakes aren't real shirt. I think it's my favorite. Okay. Gotta do this little Oh, this little guy on the front of the crown. Or okay, wait. Should I? I'm gonna scooch the little brother up a little. So it's like more combined with their neck. Oh, I have an idea. Just for consistency, maybe the eyes in the little brother should also be like white pupils on black. Kind of like, you know, it also got like a little bit petrified and messed up. It's all one thing, right? The mask, the tumor brother. A word in Spanish. Let's do curse. Since we're drawing our beautifully cursed lady. Curse is maldición. Little brother needs a beard. Is that Bean? Hold on. Let me go get the Bean. I think he might be outside. Hello, Bean. Hello. There he is. A gophioid. I love that. Oh, Bean is trying to get the dice. You can't have that, Bean. Come over here. You're you're getting in the lights. Yeah, we can't see anything if you stand there, Bean. I love you though. We love him though. There he is. The boy. Come on. Come on. No. Come on. There you go. Okay. Where were we? Chat, what do you think? Is it the intention of this father? What or whoever it is to turn her into this, and if so, to which purpose? Does the father need a saint? Or does the father maybe need a body? And she's slowly like transforming into it, becoming a sort of vessel. Being eaten dice is a fate eater. She's just the Lulu. I mean, I feel like she has found too many coincidences for the father not to be real, right? Like, she just found a crown with the word father inscribed on it. Maybe she's cooking, maybe she's onto something. Imagine being like the submarine operator. This person comes in and says, yeah, I need to go to the bottom of the ocean. It just gives you like a stack of money. I mean, if you're the submarine operator in Lemuria, you've probably seen worse. I'd bet. Maybe she's just on something. You're Reddit atheist. But she's getting really cursed. You can't deny that. Explain that, atheists. This is just the aura she exudes. Aura of pure danger. Look at her. Look at how she's grown over our journey. What do you think, Bean? Oh yeah. She's kind of fucked up. Checkmate atheism. People hate to see a successful woman this day. You're so right. Prom queen. You can't trick me in this universe. Val is a weird little bump on the shoulder. That's me. Don't I look beautiful? In my new perfected form. Where I finally became the parasites. You're the prom goddess. Tumor and Martha deserves a little crown. No, I can't take her protagonism. She's a hero of this story. Okay. We have drawn her with the crown. So now we have her, at least for now, final version. I don't know if she'll get more fucked up than this. She's only got 2 curses left until she fully becomes a monster, which I think is her final objective. What do you think, Bean? Ooh, yeah. Okay, so... his crown, meant for his daughter, meant for me. And as I wore it upon my head, I felt his gift curse through my veins like boiling water. She's got boiling blood now. Oh, bean. No, that's the eraser. You can't eat that. No, that's a pen. You can't eat that. Here, you got actual toys of yours. Look, right here. Right here. Okay. He really wants to be near the book. He wants to be here when history happens. I get you, Bean. A little tinfoil crown for Val. Tumor is a prime minister in her parliamental monarchy. He just sticks it in one of the eyes. Bean. Don't press buttons. Don't press buttons on the keyboard. No, not a good idea. Not a good idea. I don't recommend you do that. You could end the stream. Okay, so she's got the curse. Honestly, yeah, let's just continue on to the next adventure. And here's the thing. We just bought the compass item. Oh, first of all, we need to roll for all of our curses. The hunger. Is the crown edible? No, too big. The little brother would make us get the choice against most corruption, which is keeping the artifacts. We already kept the artifacts, so the little brother wouldn't have affected this decision. Hand of the Fool King. After expedition, we roll a d4. And that is a 3. We only lose an item if we get 1 or 2. So we get to keep our item. And do we have an antidote? Yes, we have an antidote. So before the next expedition, we gotta use an antidote or lose 2 HP. We're gonna... Bean! Stop that. Stop that, Bean. He's attacking my keyboard for some reason. So we're gonna remove our antidotes. And before we start the next expedition, we are gonna remove our compass. Because the curse, the voice curse would activate, but we're gonna use the compass to go wherever we want. So we actually are staying in the same area. I'm still gonna pay the fee, the travel fee of 50 for the submarine, because, you know, staying in the same area, it doesn't really like count for the underwater area. It's like separate expeditions. So do I have 270, right? I just erased the number and then forgot what it was. I think it was 270. So we are going back underwater. We're staying underwater. And with the compass that we just used, we get to actually choose where we go. I have a specific area I want to go to, which I think will be perfect. And, oh. Yeah, we need to mark that we got Kovanga's crown in our possession as well. We are 2 curses away from becoming a monster. Should we go all in on this expedition and just like curse max in order to possibly die in the next one, but do it in a satisfactory way and in an interesting area? Or do we live it a little bit more up to fate when we die? Curse max? She's already a monster, yeah. I mean, she's 2 curses away. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's the curse maxiest way to do the next expedition. First of all, we're gonna go to an area that I won't spoil quite yet, because I think it's gonna be an interesting one. But before we go, and I won't roll for an area because I know where I'm going, and I won't roll for an artifact quite yet, because let me pitch you this. You remember the Whisper Seekers that we met on the last stream and that I explained before? The Whisper Seekers travel across Lemuria, dealing in rumors and secrets. For a price, they will tell you where you can find what you seek. Allows you to seek a remnant of your choosing for the next expedition. We pay 300. Oh, we don't have 300 bucks. Oh, that you know, we can't take this deal. But we get 1 curse. And we can take 1 remnant. But we need 80 more bucks. Okay. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do something. We're not gonna use the compass just yet. Because we're gonna keep it for the next expedition, basically. She's got to become a cursed one. She's curse farming. Let's go rob the blind man real quick for cash. We should go rob him again. Okay. That would be funny. I'm gonna use the compass. Because I'm gonna go back to the city. To Nava, to the port we went to 3 times already. To go to meet and rob the blind man the 3rd time. So we can fund our final expedition and pay the Whisper Seekers in order to help us find the father. Because next expedition, the next after this one, we're finding the father. It's a little bit fudging. I mean, we're playing by the rules. We're playing by the rules here, by the book. Okay, I'm gonna use a compass, but I'm gonna pay for a new one too because I want to use a compass on the next expedition as well. So that's gonna be another $50. 220, 170. So we put the compass back here, and we're gonna need an antidote as well. So that's 20. We're down to 150. Antidote for the next expedition, so we don't have to like lose 2 HP out of nowhere. And we're going back to the city. So we've used the compass, we've bought another one. Yeah, we're good on money. Let's roll. First of all, yeah, we know the location. It's going to be, again, the port of Nava. We need to roll for the artifact we're going to steal from this guy. You know, let's see this blind man having a daughter or son that she steals from them too. That would be funny. He made a friend and blinded and robbed him, yeah. A couple days later, jumped it and beat him nearly to death. Now he's getting robbed. Okay, we got a 5 for the artifacts. For the remnants. Lens of the Lost. The nomad people of Sarah used crude lenses to peer into the distance when traveling the desert, allowing them to distinguish an oasis from a mirage. This lens, crafted of a shimmering glass, tricked those who look through it into seeing what their heart desires, confusing travelers and leading them to an early grave. That's a pretty good one. Maybe she uses this to... Obviously, she's got to use it to fund her travels. That's the point of it. But she peers into the water and she knows where you know, she's got to go. She knows the location in the ocean. Okay. Lens of the Lost. And finally, we roll for an encounter. And it would be really funny if we got the Snake Charmer again. Sarah encounters. We're going down to city, or town, should I say. And we got a 3. Oh, we got stopped. We got stopped once again by the town guard. Okay. So this town guard stopped us before. So this is our second encounter with him. But this, I'll read the original text, right? It's gonna go a little different this time, but stop right there. Local guard walks up behind you, clamping his hand down on your shoulder. We've had a tip-off. You've taken something extremely important from our land. Hand it over and we'll say no more. Choose one. Hand over a remnant and gain 1 corruption. No, I don't want to hand over my beautiful remnants. One of them is fused to my face, so I literally can't. The other one is literally a crown that my father made for me. Why would I give you that? We hand over $40 and gain 2 corruption. We hand ourselves in and lose all held items. Or we attempt to intimidate the militiaman, rolling a d4, adding 1 if we got a knife, studies of a Lemurian language, or 2 if we have a Winchester. Last time we intimidated the guy. So I feel like, you know, just fudging the rules a little bit, but I think we should like. Oh, and we lose. This part is missing. Yeah, this is one of the, one of the errors we need to fix. There's like a missing paragraph here telling you the results, but no matter, because we're gonna remove one from the result if we choose this. But first, the little brother gets a chance to speak. Let's see if my little brother finally speaks. You got a 3. No, little brother has no influence on us. He's never taken the decision for us. In any case, we are corruption maxing, remember? How about we just hand over money and gain 2 corruption? We just like get out of here. I got press in business. Rob the guard. Because if we repeat encounters, you need to still like use the events of the encounter to the specific mechanics of the encounter. If you change the story, right? Okay, maybe we attempt to rob the guard. We get our asses beat, and hey, Bean. And we ended up like losing some of our money in the struggle. He just doesn't have any money on him, maybe. But yeah, we're corruption maxing. I think it'd be really funny to get to 10 curses within the next expedition. Okay. Let's lose 40 bucks. We're at 110. It's gonna make it a little dire to get the $300 we need for the next expedition, but we can start selling up items. Actually, we might actually do that. Okay, and we were at 31, was it? So yeah, I forget what I wrote. We were at 31, right? This is 33 out of 35, so we're 2 away from a curse. Just yoinks a 40 from us. Okay, lost 40 from guard. And gains the lens of the lost. Okay. If we sell the lens of the lost, we gain 3 corruption, which gets us 1 curse. And I want to see how much money we get from selling these. If we get to 300, we'll get a really interesting ending. Let's see. No curses. Return. If we auction, we gain 3 corruption, and we get... What? Oh, Bean is pressing on the bottom. I was like, why is it scrolling down on its own? A d20 times 20. And we get 14. That's 14 times 2, 28. 280. We get enough money for my planned ending. Okay, perfect. Where's my... So we get 280. So we're up to 390. We didn't even have to sell any of our items. Okay. And through this auction, we get to up to 36. And we get our 9th curse, folks. Let's see. Let's go to curses. Let's roll the die. We're 9. And that's one we didn't have. Good. That was, we also needed to not have the curse. Curse number 9. Inverted tongue. Let me note it down. Inverted tongue. Your tongue sometimes painfully twists itself until it is upside down, saying the opposite of what you think. Haggling becomes impossible as you begin asking for higher prices. All gear prices go up by 20, as you often seem to insult the merchants. Okay, so it just makes everything more expensive. Which won't really come into play, I think. But we get the inverted tongue. It's a fun curse. And now we put all of this together, all this little adventure and all these stats. She finds the crown. It is made for me, and I wore it on my head, and I felt its gift coursed through my veins like boiling water. I felt so close. Bean, stop pressing buttons, please. I love you very much, but you keep pressing on the keyboard accidentally. Aw, little guy. Okay. And I finally felt close to him. I knew where to go. I knew where to go next time. I needed one last. Expedition. Father, I will be with you soon. I will be with... And you will lead me to the garden. To your garden. Okay. I went back to the port of Nava to fund my last expedition. She no longer speaks because her tongue has become blasphemous. I can see her cutting it out. She would cut it out. I went back to the port of Nava to fund my last expedition. Paying the guards. To leave me be. And I'm trying to think of the specific phrase, but like, this last expedition is gonna be funded by the heathen. Okay. Option B. Do we give her a bit of a redemption arc? Where she's actually nice to the guy she blinded? Or do we make her like rob him? Okay. Maybe she's in the port and the blind man like recognizes her by her vibe and aura. And he's like kind to her again, and she's like, why is he kind to me? He's a heathen. But she like hears him out, and maybe she's just given the stone. She doesn't need to steal it from him. So we get a little bit of redemption where she comes to understand that this guy was on her side all along. Just to give her something a little nice just before she finally gets like hyper cursed. Because the expected action would be robbing him. It's a parting gift. Please don't hurt me. Too late for redemption. There's a little touch of redemption just before like she goes into like the full like abyss. Is always more interesting. Like, oh, there was a chance she might have gone differently. $13 million bill. Little cardboard crown for the guy, if you guys still do that. He's horrified of her, absolutely. But he's blind, so he doesn't know what she actually looks like. She just like knows her vibe. He saw her when she looked like, you know, this. So she still looked a little normal. She looked like a weird woman with a mask. Paying the guards to leave me be. Okay. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. I think it'll make for a more interesting ending. Walking... Hold on. Walking through the market. I felt the glares of hatred and fear. The fools of this village. The fools of this town. Not a village. Directed at me. And none would dare. Speak or trade with me. They did not understand. the true visage of the father. She convinced him to follow the voice again. Yes. He's just starting his journey. Perfect. But one did look at me. Look through me. The blind man. She writes with rage. The heathen. But he did not seek me for vengeance. He called on me for help. People online, no one dares speak or trade with me. They don't know they understand the father's visage. People IRL. How's it going? He called on me for help. He told me he had heard the father's voice. Again. He said that many others had. Though they would only admit to it in whispers, in hushed whispers. So he's basically telling her, like, he had heard the father's voice again. He's saying that not only has he heard the father's voice again, but other people are hearing it. Like, she's being, like, waking him up, and people are starting to hear him apart from her and him. Was the world's finally waking up? I felt overjoyed. In the real world, she got a bunch of compliments on her costume. The blind man Or... Oh, wait. Accompanied. Accompanied me. And sold one of his own rare artifacts. So that I could pay for my voyage. I felt my tongue twist as I touched it. And realized that the father's voice was now not only with me, but with the people. I took my knife and cut my tongue. His voice is mine. Or my voice is his. Well, let's do both. Okay, she cuts off her tongue, and she now has enough money to fund her last travel. That said, I mean, she has 9 curses. Okay. We're at a bit of a crossroads. So, how about we get our last curse before leaving? And then we just do one last expedition. That's almost made of stone, yeah. Maybe it was a chisel more than a knife. Exactly. Cut your tongue off with a chisel. Okay. I'm thinking how to do this, because if we pay the Whisper Seekers, we get a curse directly. So that would be like getting the curse before we travel. But it would also be a good way of like saying goodbye to our only other like recurring character that we've seen. Stone don't feel pain. That's true. She probably didn't feel pain when she did that. Bending the rules is fine. Yeah. Let's do it. Let us go on Carolina's last expedition. Remember what she looks like. Very normal. Very good. So, first of all, we gotta use an antidote or we lose HP. We're gonna use one of our first aid kits to get our health up to maximum, because why not? We're gonna pay $300 to deal with the Whisper Seekers. And that gives us, finally, our 10th and last curse. Technically, you know, curses would be... You need 50 corruption to get all 10 curses, right? Because you get a curse every 5 points of corruption. But we did get a curse from the Whisper Seekers, and we did get a curse initially. We started with a curse called the Voice. So it is we're only at 36 corruption. We are getting all of our curses. And this is not a curse. I mean, we get a curse no matter what from the Whisper Seekers. So if I get a repeat curse, I'll just re-roll until I get a curse we don't have. And this is 6, which is actually a repeat. I think that's the one we just got. That's Boiled Blood. Another 6, come on. A 1. Dental Conglomeration. I mean, it makes sense at this point. Sure. Our 10th and last curse. We just cut off our tongue anyway, not that we could speak. Dental Conglomeration. Your teeth fuse horrifically together over several nights, creating a solid mass of enamel. You cannot speak clearly and must now feed through a drip. You cannot hide a local guide when setting up your expeditions. For each interaction which you must stalk, roll 2 dice and choose the lowest results. Not that we are going to talk. We have lost our tongue anyway. An antidote may hold back the effects of this curse for 1 expedition. Again, we can't speak anyway. Our teeth have fused together. Sure. Her blood is literally lava at this point. So yeah, we got dental conglomerations. Not even going to write down the effects, because at this point... At this point, it don't matter much. So we're going to deal with the Whisper Seekers, and we're going to use our compass to go to a very specific location, which I'm going to find real quick. The Whisper Seekers mean we get to choose an artifact of our choosing for this expedition as well. So, first of all, let's go to the Yakara locations. I'm going to find the one I'm talking about. And I'm gonna see. I gotta look through them. Where's the... Wait. Where's the illustration for this one? Oh, it must be somewhere else. I'll find it. In any case, it is number 16. It's a monument. It reads, a gigantic statue to a forgotten god emerging from the depths. Though now slowly decaying, it once depicted a huge, many-armed being, still somehow standing proudly as fish circle its broad shoulders. Strangely, its head has been disfigured, the face marred by huge handprints. something with gigantic fingers has cleft a section of the rock out like fresh clay. This is a statue to the same being depicted on the crown. That's why I wanted to choose this. It's a statue of the same being depicted on the crown, which says Father. So it is now canonically in our story the Father. So that's why she's going there to seek it. Also, she's spending another 50 bucks. I don't know, it doesn't matter. She's spending all her money. Another 50 bucks to take the submarine there. Return the face. There is an illustration of this. It might be at the end. Yes, right here. This illustration I made for it. Oh, what did I move? There we go. Okay. Our many-armed god in the bottom of the ocean. So that is where we're going, folks. We are the face, perhaps. Oh, okay, okay. Here's an interesting thought. She's gonna go there and die, or, you know, she's gonna stay there, whatever happens. What happens to the book? Because I feel like she should entrust the book to the blind man. But then, who's writing what happened? Maybe she writes it in future tense. She will go there. I will do this. This will happen. And the book is like the last artifact that she left. He finds it floating in the port. I mean, it would be too destroyed, wouldn't it? I feel like she writes it in future and we don't really know what happens. It's an unclear ending, but she never comes back. She's seeing the prophecy. Yeah, exactly. We take the blind guy with us. Okay. We change the... When she goes down, we change and we write from the perspective of the blind guy. She put it in a little baggie. Oh, how thoughtful. Okay, what do you guys prefer? What do you guys prefer? Prophecy, like we write in future what she thinks she thinks it's gonna happen, or change in subjects, and once she goes out into the ocean, we start writing what happened from the perspective of the blind guy. What? He wouldn't know. He's blind. Maybe, yeah, let's write in prophecy style. Getting a vision as the last curse, yeah. And she leaves the book behind. And we don't know. Idea. As part of the prophecy, we do one big drawing and, you know, we leave... to sort of leave it up to interpretation. How about that? Also, like, what... Do we even seek an artifact at this point? She's not going to come back. I wonder if there's an artifact that is, like, perfectly primed for her story. Like, related to the father. Or to this underwater god. I'm trying to think, but I'm gonna look through them real quick. Tooth? No. No, let's ignore the artifact for this one, because she's not coming back with it anyway. She's still gonna deal with the Whisper Seekers, because I think that's an interesting little like, you know, making that character come back would be fun. Submarine operator adds sub operator totally not at fault. I mean, the sub is gonna come back. That's true. So okay, maybe she gives the diary to the sub operator and tells her to give it to the blind man. So that way it allows us to at least get to the submarine, go down there and describe, and then we do like prophecy style. And finally we, you know, end the story. Father and daughter forevermore, exactly. Blind guy, whoa, I can't read these. No, it makes it very funny. I bet he has like someone to read it for him. I think he'll manage. Yeah, we're doing that. Okay, so first thing that happens, she meets up with the Whisper Seekers. The Whisper Seeker, singular, the one she met. Okay. His voice is mine and my voice is his. She's now tongueless, so she can't speak. But we'll figure out a way. Welcome back, Bill. You're here right for the end. She's about to die. Or not die, but she's about to end her story. He stares at it for an hour and then he's like, wait a second. Before departing, I visited the Snake Charmer one more time. I did not need to speak, for she knew my purpose. The Whisper Seeker is going to give her like the location, I think. She looked upon the figure of the father. Oh, hello, Bean. No, I'm gonna take the dice away from him. Oh, okay. Just a little bit further. There we go. She looked upon the figure of the father on my crown. And handed me a piece of paper. With coordinates for the submersible pilot's driver. Just for the submersible. For the submersible's heading. What's a blind guy's name? We never got it. He's a heathen. She's calling him the heathen. She doesn't bother learning the names of anybody. So she's a snake charmer. He's a heathen. They'll get descriptive names. Can we name him Walter? No, he's just the heathen. Blind guy. Well, time to start a new religion. Exactly. She looked upon the figure of the father on my crown, and handed me a piece of paper with coordinates for the submersible's head in. I knew where to go. Or I knew her to be right. I knew she was right. He was there. No, maybe we do the prophecy now, because it's more interesting if she hands it directly to the guy and then just heads off, and we never really know what happens to her. But it is assumed that she got there. Let's do the prophecy now. Oh, Bean, you're licking your ass on camera here. Oh, it's not his ass, just his leg. Maybe she just cuts in and just says, I have a vision. Still upset that the troll cam photo of the mystery fleshbit thing was AI. You took it and did it much better. So you took that rage into inspiration, and that's the cool thing. Okay, Bean. Okay, let's cut in with I have a vision, because I was like trying to think, like, do we introduce that she's gonna give the diary to him now and then have the vision thing, or do we the vision thing? But my idea is she's gonna explain the vision, and at the end she's gonna explain how the man takes the diary and creates an entire new religion out of it. And everybody praises the father. Let's do that. Okay. Let's just start uppercase, I have a vision. Oh, Bean, you make it so difficult. Hold on. Let me just push you up a little bit. There we go. I have a vision of what is to come. This book could be a story in and of itself. That's the goal. That's the goal of this game. Writing a story. He looks like a ball of flesh and fur. He really is. Boink, boink, boink. Can make him move. Okay, and now we start division. And it's gonna be in like slightly uncertain terms. And it is gonna be all caps. In the depths of the sea. A statue slumbers. In eternal decay. Calling out. Faceless. In pain. Should it? She's going to refer to herself in third person now. Her daughter, or his daughter. His daughter will come. She's wearing his face. Exactly. And hold on, this is still wet ink. Can I? Yeah. I love when ink is still a little bit wet. You can spread it a bit. His daughter will come. Rescue it, help it, no. Awaken it. And she shall awaken him. She bears his visage and crown. She has followed this voice for years. She is the prophet of a new gospel. Lots of ink. Just hurriedly writing it. She shall become, or shall gift him a new face. And make him whole once again. This is I'm writing so hard that it's bending the paper. Oops. It's fine. She shall gift this book to a blind man who believed. Maybe this is lowercase again. It's still kind of messy. She shall gift this gospel to the blind man who was the only one to see her, or who was the only one to see the truth. And his word will spread throughout the land. Oh, Bean. Yeah, I know. Praise the Father, just big letters, and then we do a drawing. Oh, goodbye, Bean. Oh, Bean. Don't eat. No, don't eat pens. And that is the end of her gospel. Oh, I forgot to mention one thing. Hold on. I'm gonna maybe include it here. And she shall live in his garden, because I didn't mention the garden. Forevermore. What are you eating, Bean? Because she's going to the garden. That's why she doesn't show up ever again. Okay. Last page, all caps. She had a final vision, and I feel like we end with a little drawing of what she saw. And it's like the father completes, right? So we base it off that statue and the little drawing we did for the crown. And it is first it's gonna bear the face that she had, right? And what is Bean doing? What are you cooking? Nothing dangerous. Praise the Bean, did I say that? Yeah, good. Okay, so face at the father. Eight arms, that's difficult. Let's base it off the statue. We need two more arms on each side. Trying to make each armor look a little bit different too. Still a bit chicken scratchy sketch, but we'll hopefully get somewhere. She can't be all that good at drawing hands, having none herself. It's true, she's drawing with stumps. Imagine an explorer finding this in the very first page and be like, oh, that was weird. Anyway, let's find some loot. No, definitely, if I continue this story, it's from the blind man's perspective. 1, 2, 3, she needs another pair of arms. And I guess those will go down. And he's sort of like rising up out of the sea floor. What's up, Bean? You wanna go? Okay, let me open the door for the Bean. If anyone else ever saw this thing, they would not believe a word. But like, oh, that's the ramblings of a mad woman. Oh, okay, an idea is instead of shading over him, actually I shade the background completely black. Well, first of all, let's do the actual silhouette. Well, now that we've more or less found all the elements and where they go. And if I don't draw this very good, it's because she's drawing with mittens. Power's back on? Nice. Glad to hear, Bill. Hope that gets stabilized soon. I hear Bean screaming. Oh, he's running now. Oh, he's got the poop zoomies. Gotta let him run for a minute. It's true, meat mittens and then normal mittens, yeah. I forgot he had the full sculpt touch. That makes it very funny. She's double mittened. I hear you, Bean. Bean, are you done running? Let's see. He just ran into the room. He's unstoppable. Okay. The hands are the hardest part. I'm not very good at drawing hands. It's good to have like the actual reference really close to you. The one good part of drawing hands is that you always got to. Okay. How is he doing like this, I guess, right? So we're seeing like the upper hand will be seen from here. Bean, what are you up to? Like this. Bean, stop screaming. Oh, that's the other way. Seeing from that. There we go. Do you guys hear Bean? Hello, Screamer. The other one is seen from the thumb side. It's like this. For me, there's no bigger magic than an artist who can do hands really well from imagination. Bean! What's up with you? You overexcited. May not be able to draw hands as well. It says a lot about society. Okay, and now we draw the father's face, aka her face. The beautiful mask she became. It's sort of looking down, I feel like. I feel like it's sort of her face, but a little bit different. Like we could change the shapes a bit. But of course, it still has the wide grin. A long and protracted method of transitioning. No, she is not the father. She just gave her face to the father. If that makes sense. Right now he's looking down. I hear you, Bean. What are you trying to say? Is the question. Bean is just very excited because he just pooped, so you know. It's important that everybody knows. That's why he screams it. A little bit alien-y features that I gave this thing. Yeah, I dig it. Should we also sort of fuse the face to the neck? Oh, maybe... Does little brother, aka me, go in with the face too, as a sort of neck thing? There's like eyes around, like it circles the whole thing, but. He's never that into force mask. It's not forced. She's doing it because she wants to. Should we give it the crown too? Maybe she keeps the crown. Is the crown meant for her, right? I guess if she's giving out her little brother and her face, I feel like she gets to keep her crown at least. Imagine you're a submarine captain and a gas hands you a book and a tumor. No, the tumor goes to the father. That's what this little thing around the neck is. The brother was just a completely little more chill dude with a generic male voice, nothing weird. Okay, oh, you know, it's a mask thing, right? So maybe there's like a specific like separation between the mask and the rest of the body. Like it was just grafted on. And then in the statue I'm referencing, like here, it has this little crown thingy. I guess, is there a crown? It has something on the head, but I don't quite know what it is. Something like that. I don't know. That's a bit better. And we can see like little traces of where the last face was carved out. I mean, it's a pretty good match. Okay, what I was thinking was, now that we have like the silhouette of everything, instead of shading inside, just shading everything outside, just filling up all these areas. This is deep underwater, right? So makes sense. We got like pitch black. And the body sort of stands out. But what do you guys think about this ending to the story? Do you think it's good and appropriate for this character? I dig it. I honestly think, you know, I didn't know what the ending was going to be beforehand, so just like slowly letting randomness and all these prompts like converge into an ending is really satisfying. My finger is full of graphites. And honestly, I don't mind if this drawing, like, I might smooth over it with my finger in a few places, because I dig this vibe for this underwater. Damn, I did a lot of pages today. This vibe for like underwater stuff, where everything is a little bit smudged. So it could definitely go a little bit there. And also it's like a prophecy. It's something that has yet to happen at the time of that writing. A word in Spanish. Well, she just gave the father her face. Face is cara. C-A-R-A. I'm glad we could get the curse ending too. It feels very fitting. Gonna need to sharpen this pencil real soon. Cara mia, my face. Just looking for Bean. He seems to be chilling now. Okay, I'm gonna go over this area, smooth things over a bit. Just cleaning my finger on the page, because otherwise I'm just gonna start staining everything. And I'm gonna mark this area black anyway, so. Oh, I'm running out of pencil. There we go. And once we have the background set, it'll be about figuring out how dark we want to make the statue itself. Because I do want it to contrast with the background and feel like sort of a glowing figure in the middle of the darkness. But you know, making it a little darker can probably help making it feel just a bit more mysterious and stuff too. What kind of pencil is that? It's a 2B if I recall correctly. Is it 2B? It's actually HB. I was under the impression it was a 2B. It's the one I use for most everything because it's just really comfortable to use, and to sharpen it, I just use one of these box cutter thingies, which I might sharpen it, but after I do the background. Because it's going to lose all its sharpness anyway once I do this. I guess I could use softer pencils for this, but I'm too lazy to get one now, so... HB is fine for most things, to be honest. Oh, okay, Bill. You have a good night. Hope that power thing gets fixed. It's a, yeah, of course, it's mechanical pencil. I meant normal as in, you know, HB, which is pretty much the standard ones you get that are not too hard, not too soft. Gotta hold up this page because it's getting funky. Whenever I gotta fill up a large area like this, I curse myself for even thinking of the idea. It's like, why didn't I just leave the background blank? But it does look pretty cool. And now I only need to blend it a bit so it doesn't look like individual pencil strokes. And I have a blending thing. Why am I using my finger? I should just use this. Oh, this one's kind of disgusting already. It's just been in a thing with a bunch of pencils, so. I got this one like a few months ago, and just like for my whole life I've blended pencil with my finger, so I'm just not used to thinking about it. I mean, it's nice not to get your finger all disgusting, so I'll give it that. Okay. My finger's still all disgusting, but it's fine. It's called the blending stump. Yeah, I didn't even know the name in English. For me, it was the blending thing. You know, the thing for blending. Let me sharpen this a little bit. Is this empty? Yes. I'll just sharpen it into empty teacup. There we go. I'll see you, Soup. Thanks for being here. Hope you like my silly little story, my silly little game. Okay, adding some shadows in between things so it's not just lines. I wonder just how dark to make the whole thing. Oh yeah, I forgot one thing. This little space here. I wanted to have her maybe like tiny. She would be super small compared to the giant statue, but you know, maybe it's just implied that it's her. Just like floating there. She would have been wearing a diver suit, but you know. This is not a literal piece. It's a vision that she had. So we don't have to stick to reality. You need to save the shavings in a little container when I need to cover things in black. That's pretty good, actually. Should start doing that. Let's try a thing. I'll use a stick instead of my finger. But if I just like make all of this super blurry. Oh, it's not too bad. Maybe it needs a little bit of fixing to see the shapes better. But it gives it that underwater feel. It's pretty fun. Oh, see you, Zephic. Have a good night. What you doing up there, Bean? Hello? He's climbing. Okay, let's do that for the arms. I don't know how much to do that for the face, but... Hello, Bean. Do you guys hear Bean singing? What are you singing about, Bean? He has such a beautiful voice for singing. Yeah, I like the vibe of that. Just like really washed out. Makes it feel a little bit more ethereal, considering it's a vision. I feel like it's pretty fitting, right? Messed up there. It was a line that was a bit too strong. There we go. Kind of feels like playing around with blurring tools in Photoshop. Oh, hope I didn't stain my shirt. I didn't think about that. Me would be such a good performer of earworm for the post-nuclear apocalypse. You would. He'd make a great radioactive cat to warn people of the dangers, radioactive areas. If you don't know, that was actually an idea that was proposed, where people would breed a species of cats or a breed of cats that had a gene that made them glow when they got close to sources of radiation. And that would serve as a sort of warning for future generations, like way down the line, when they have, you know, society might be destroyed and rebuilt, and they might not know where like nuclear things are stored. So they can use the cats to know. Which is sort of related to this. Where is it? The post-nuclear warning sites with the spikes and stuff. Yeah, and the earworm thing is sort of a similar idea where people can create songs to warn about like specific places where there might be like nuclear or radiation danger that would hopefully be catchy enough that they would pass from generation to generation better than like, you know, serious written instructions, so that, you know, maybe one day people will remember it and avoid the specific contaminated areas. Which is very wacky. I love it. Let me real quick clean up the stump thingy. It's another thing the box cutter is useful for. So if you guys don't know, I have been putting up all my old streams on a YouTube channel, because a few months ago Twitch decided you can only have up to 100 hours of video on your channel, of like recorded video. So I used to have all my streams backed up on the Twitch channel itself, but once they did that, now I have to have them backed up on YouTube. And since it's a lot of videos, they're already mostly loaded on my YouTube, but I need to like do all the thumbnails and stuff again. So I'm like slowly doing these over, you know, whenever I got a few minutes, I'll upload a few new ones. And I'm up to like 2022. And first of all, the YouTube channel is linked. If you go to the About page, click on there, and you'll have a link to the Stream VOD's YouTube channel. Give that a follow if you want to see like old streams pop up on your YouTube dashboard from time to time. And eventually, once I catch up, you'll see the streams like the day off or the day after. They'll be like backed up on YouTube too. But yeah, all this to say, I was, you know, some of the videos, for example, the subathons I did, they're so long that YouTube doesn't accept it in one part. One of them was 17 hours long, the other one was 24 hours long. So I had to like manually cut them up and stuff. And I was looking back at those subathons, and it was a lot of fun. Maybe I should do another subathon at some point and see if we can get past 24 hours, although I don't know if I physically can do it, but we got 24 hours. So yeah, would you guys like to see another stream like that at some point? For those who don't know, Subathon is a stream where you start out with a timer, and for every sub, and last time I did it on here and on Patreon, so both types of subs counted, it adds a number of minutes to the timer. I think it was 5 minutes per tier last time I did it. Yeah, last time I did it, we ended up at 24 hours, which is a lot, but it was fun, and we did a lot of fun activities during the stream. So if that's something that you'd like to see again, or for the first time if you've never seen one of those, let me know. No money, but it's difficult to participate. Oh, you know, you can just be there. You don't have to. You don't have to pay money. It's a stream, so you can just hang out. I'm smoothing everything a lot, but I feel like, you know, it's just a vibe. This like underwater vibe. Don't know if I'm like overdoing it though. Get a bit of like light there. I feel like it's a bit smoothed over, but it still feels like her face, right? Oh. Hopefully. We're losing a bit of the detail on the eyes on the neck, but don't mind too much. And I sort of want the shade of the body to be slightly different from the shade around the neck and face. To make it clear that, you know, it's really wearing a new face, essentially. And I think it needs a bit of like more wrinkles and details around the face. Since the face on the mask and stuff is meant to be really wrinkly. This like grotesque laughing face. We should impress some of that into the father's face too. There we go. We just need to do a little bit of the foreground, and I think that's going to be pretty hard to read too. It's going to be pretty unclear. Hey Sora. You've been so drunk you accidentally ate a frozen pack of ham? You get frozen packs of ham? That's my first question. Or do you freeze the packs of ham yourself? I don't think I've ever seen a frozen one. You mean like sliced bits of ham? That's what you have in the Philippines? Frozen slices of ham. I've never seen that in Spain. Interesting. The only thing I eat directly out of the freezer voluntarily is blueberries and raspberries and stuff. I usually have some frozen ones that I mix with yogurt. And they're pretty okay to just eat out of the freezer. I like tastier ice cubes. Like if you mix them in yogurt and wait like a minute or two, they unfreeze enough that, you know, they don't really feel frozen anymore, but I don't usually wait to that stage. All right. Remove all that grime. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for the final thing of our story. You know, it's the most complex of all the drawings we've done so far, but I feel like it's worth to put an end to the prophecy and finalize the story. But here are some of the other drawings we've done. On the Dragon's Spell. Lots of text in these bits. Did this one of her lying down to rots. This temple in the woods. The snail. We did this one called the Standing Stones. This one. Turning 31 in 24 hours. Hey, happy nearly your birthday. Yeah, we have Holy Fruit, a mockery of his visage, strange broken doll, and the mask. The first appearance of the mask, which, you know, went from that to this. I mean, it started like that, but slowly it became this, and eventually this. It still kept the laugh though, so I think it still matches, kinda. Had a beard at the beginning, but that kind of got dissolved. The beard and a lot of the features got dissolved with time. And that's all the drawings we did. That is her finished book. It is, how many pages have we done? Damn, I've pressed a bit too much on some of these pages, I guess. How many pages has she filled? Oh. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Hey, 20 exact pages for her playthrough. Honestly, I feel like she went on for pretty long. I didn't expect her to live this long, but yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. What have you guys thought of Dreadfarer as a game and of this specific playthrough as our character Carolina, who... Let's put her transformation here too. Dreadbeaner. Don't say that. You keep making me say that. That's a slur. Bean. They're asking for you. He's not coming. But he has participated in this a lot by putting his hand on the page a bunch of times, chasing the die. He loves chasing the dice, and he sometimes altered fates by doing so. So some rolls here are due to Bean. We owe him a lot. God damn it. It keeps happening. And here are her final stats. 10 curses. And a lot of weapons in her inventory. You know something we should do for the game itself? Whenever you die, you get the choice of keeping like maybe one item or two items / remnants that the previous character was carrying. Because if you're picking up the book, it makes sense that, you know, there would be something next to it too. And there are specific remnants, like for example, if you want to go on with another character and you wanted to still be able to like explore the underwater section, maybe you pick the Dragger's Bell, which is what allows you to do that. So, you know, that way you don't have to like get it again and get super cursed again to get it. Might be good, right? I'm gonna make a note for that, and I'll talk it over with Neon. Keep some items after death, ? And it makes it a little bit more roguelike. If you can at least keep some items that let you have some continuity. The most of the solo RPGs we've seen. Chaos is very impressively balanced. Honestly, might be luck or might be just good instincts, especially on Neon's part, who's the one who's been making games for a long time. But this was balanced by, you know, vibes, kinda. And glad that, you know, we've, at least on this playthrough, managed to stay alive for super long and, you know, die of our own hand, because I specifically wanted to die because of too many curses in a more impactful manner. That was her goal as a character. So, you know, we died in the way we wanted to, which is, it's also like the hardest way to die, because you need to accumulate, you need 10 curses, which takes quite a while to accumulate. So, you know, it's out of all the ways to die, she got a good ending. Religious Fanatic was a good framing. Well, to connect anything to the story. Yeah, to be honest, yeah. You can do that with anything, I feel like. You can take a, I don't know, an archaeologist who's trying to like figure out the story or the truth hidden beneath all these like archaeological remains, and you can still like put a lot of things together. And to be honest, because this is sort of, I wanted this to be a sort of vertical slice of the game where you get some of everything, but not like a huge amount of every specific thing. But if you say like, I'm going to stay in one area, I'm going to discover all the secrets for this area, and you visit a lot of different locations, you get a lot of different artifacts, you can pull, actually, there's a narrative together that exists in like each of the regions. So, you know, like, there are specific like mythological characters, for example, from this island of Sarah that you'll learn more about. We did see like the Crown of Kovanga, which is one of the mythological characters from Motag, which has a few things like interconnected between Motag, also like Akara, the underwater area. You can learn like the history of all these regions decently well. We at least give you enough breadcrumbs so you can yourself put some of the lore together. You know, it doesn't like, we don't give it to you in a platter. It's just give you enough of a taster of what the history of this place was, that you're able to reasonably put it together and add your own, like, you know, characters, things. For example, like this is one of the mysteries, like who are these 8-armed people, or this 8-armed god who appears in like different places. If you explore the underwater area for a bunch of time, you will learn like sort of our intended history for it. But in this case, it fit our story. So I'm like, I'm hijacking this 8-armed guy that had its own history in the game, and I'm turning it into this specific god that is related to our specific character. So, you know, it's vague enough that you can do this sort of thing, but also concrete enough that you can probably figure out, if you read through everything, you can figure out like a lot of little secrets just from how the descriptions of everything connects. Kind of like how you can tell, how you can put together a lot of the lore of a game like Dark Souls just from the item descriptions. I wanted it to be that sort of vibe. Your house also lost power? Is it losing power today? Oh no. But yeah, that's Dreadfarer. I've really enjoyed this playthrough. I hope you guys have as well. Even if you watched it live or if you've been watching the VODs, I hope you've enjoyed it. I personally had a lot of fun, and I'm glad. I was a little scared that the game would not be fun when it came out, and I hopefully, I at least personally proved myself wrong, so that makes me feel a lot better. But it was fun to watch, and we got a gospel, we got a whole religion. Honestly, if I continue this story, and I'll think about it, whether I'm doing this on stream or just like I do a little playthrough out of stream. If I keep playing this on stream from time to time, first of all, I'll do it when the book is printed, because it's going to be a lot nicer. Instead of having the PDF there on the corner, just have the book on the table and flip through it. It's more tactile, it's much nicer. So I'll probably do that once the book is out. Play maybe a little bit more of it, and I don't know. Hopefully, I've convinced some of you guys, if you hadn't backed the game already, I've convinced some of you guys to get the pre-order for the physical book and all the little goodies and map and set, etc. Or just the digital book if that's more convenient for you. But yeah, a reminder, if you go to the pinned links, you get both links for the physical pre-order and for the digital only. The physical one also gets you the digital version, of course. So yeah, give it a thought. If that sounds interesting to you, you want to try it yourself, you want to try it with friends, there's also a multiplayer option that is right there at the end of the book. There's a multiplayer rule set, so you can try it out as well. You just get, each of the players has their own notebook, and you're all trying to fill it with different characters who might sometimes clash. So it gives some good opportunities for inter-character dramas and, I don't know, some fun stuff. Hopefully. I haven't tried the multiplayer thing myself, but hopefully I try it with my sister or something when she's when we see each other again. Because my sister inspired a lot of things in this game, so, and she's the name of the character. So yeah, the cool thing too is now if I try a new character, it's going to be related. I mean, I could just roll a random character, but I would just play as a blind man who started following her towards the end after being assaulted and blinded by her. I would play as a blind man who has now like started a new religion and is maybe like trying to preach the contents of this religion throughout the land of Lemuria and gaining new followers and sort of starting this trend, this religious trend based on this martyr who he met, kind of like the apostles, right? Trying to spread the gospel after Jesus was dead, that sort of thing. That might make for a really fun playthrough, just a blind man traveling the land and trying to start a religion. And with a much more reasonable, because like this lady was insane, wrote like an insane person, but this man would be like really different as a character, personality wise. So we definitely give it a lot of interesting, and there's an actual ancient god that awoke deep under the ocean, which could lead to some like really interesting lore implications. So if we play it again after the book is out, I might just pick it up there and start playing as our character, as a preacher, the blind preacher, we can call him. Carolinian family gospel. Yeah, that was fun. I'm gonna try not to yap too much because it's getting late, isn't it? There's my booklet, by the way. It's full of little creatures. And Googliel. Googliel has protected this whole playthrough. But yeah, I'm gonna quit yapping. How about that? Tomorrow then, since today we have finished Dreadfarer, or this playthrough of Dreadfarer, tomorrow we kind of had it as a free day in case I didn't finish today, to finish it tomorrow, and otherwise to do some art. So tomorrow we'll do some art. I don't know what exactly yet. I'll have to figure something out. So tomorrow is sort of surprise art stream probably, or maybe something else. We'll leave it up to whatever I can come up with in the few hours before. In any case, that's it for Dreadfarer, y'all. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you again tomorrow. Until then, folks, have a great time zone and take care.